There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey everybody, Here we are. Please tell me if the audio is okay, because we were fucking around with the microphone earlier.
The image looks a lot better on your thing.
And I'm not, it's totally the same. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's probably because you don't have glasses on.
I can't remember.
So you can't see it.
Yeah.
It's like, so, yeah, tell me if the audio is okay, because we put the microphone arm in, so the microphone would be there. So I'm, because Tom pushed it and he turned it off, but I turned it back on, but I don't know if he fucked with any of the other controls. So hopefully it's all okay. And also tell me, it seems like the stream is going to go better. What I did, Sabrina says sounds good, looks good. What I actually did after we talked to you guys on Wednesday night and we had all those problems with, the buffering and whatnot because of the satellite, I went ahead and upped my phone plan to unlimited with a 15 gig hotspot add-on. And so I'm actually streaming through my phone service. And so far, it seems to be working much better. My little shit on OBS, I don't know if you guys use OBS or anything, but there's a little square. And if your stream is going good, it'll stay green. And it stayed green this whole time. So when we were streaming on Wednesday night, it kept going red, yellow, green, red, yellow, green, red, yellow, green. So we'll see. Hopefully this is gonna be okay. I downgraded the shit just in case, but hopefully it's gonna be okay. But yeah, I turned on mobile tethering, USB tethering, and we're gonna roll with that for the time being, and hopefully not have to stream with this fucking satellite anymore, because that was pretty lame. Yeah.
Too slow.
It was too slow, yeah. So, but hopefully this will be better. Like I said, I didn't want to have to buy a mobile hotspot, and my phone was enabled. I just had to pay twice as much per month as I was paying to, get unlimited data so I could stream. So, and it actually has improved a lot of things.
I'm on HughesNet, and that's how it's coming in on HughesNet.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, see, look, it's all driven.
Well,
HughesNet looks like shit.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I appreciate everyone talking about the mobile hotspot stuff, because I looked into that and I was just kind of like, oh well, I don't know, why don't I just use my fucking phone? All right. Hello, Tila. Hey, beautiful people. Happy Friday. I'm going to be in and out of the chat. Work calls. Okay. Well, we're glad to see you guys anyway. It's Friday night. I'm so. Oh. What a day. Well, not today, yesterday. You guys, yesterday was a nightmare day. Yeah. For both of us, for different reasons. If you guys want to hear about it, it's just kind of oh my God. Remember we were making the shirts for Absolution Fest, which is going on right now, actually. It started last night. And we got most of the shirts done. Thank you, TB Driggers. Here's a lucky super chat in hopes the stream goes well. I know, I'm hoping too. This is the first time I've been streaming through my phone as a mobile hotspot. I've been using it all day, to do other things, like upload videos and download things and stuff like that, and it seems to be working good. So, and like I said, all I've seen is a little green light, and it seems like it's going good. So hopefully it'll hang in there, little phone. You can do it. But yeah, so we had done most of the shirts. We screen printed them, and we dropped them off, with somebody that drove them over to Tampa. But unfortunately, we had a bunch of blank tank tops and a bunch of blank extra larges that were held up. So they didn't actually get here until yesterday at 4:00, and they needed them in Tampa by 6:30 p.m. today. So UPS brings them. Tom wasn't here because he was back at the old house fixing shit and everything, and I was just holy crap. So I just pull all the shirts in, and I just screen printed them really, really fast. And it's, well, as fast as you can do, because if you do screen printing, it's not really that fast. It takes a while. And we had to I had to dry all of them and everything. And then I said, okay, I'll overnight them. It'll be fine. I'll go to FedEx. But then by the time they were done, it was getting to the point where Tom wasn't back yet. I didn't have my car. FedEx was going to close. And then I got to a point where they're just like, okay, well, it's too late now. You can't overnight it. So I was like, fuck, now I'm going to have to drive to Tampa and drop them off on Friday. But thankfully, someone, Mouse, the DJ, she had a friend that kind of lived around here that was going over to Tampa today. And she came by here. Bless her fucking heart. She came by here early this morning and picked the shirts up and is taking them to Tampa for. I was like, sweetie, it's just like, give me all your information. I will send you money. It's just kind of like, you saved my ass. I was just freaking out yesterday. Freaking out doing all those shirts.
Yeah, Jenny was going to have to drive down there.
I was going to have to drive all the way to Tampa by myself in my shitty-ass car to take those shirts. And I was just kind of like, oh my God.
I sent a message to Mouse. I was like, come on, Mouse. With a friends list like yours, you can't get somebody that's in our area. That lives
around here, that's going to Tampa. Because a lot of people are going.
Yeah.
It's a big 3-day goth festival.
And she's like, hold on, a couple hours later. Yeah, I got it. She said she could come at any time. I said, all right.
Yeah, she came at like 8:15 this morning.
Yep.
And picked up the stuff, and she's like, I was just like, oh my God, you were a fucking lifesaver. I thought I was going to have to drive all the way to Tampa today, and I really didn't want to.
Yeah, that's
especially not by myself.
That shit went goth mail.
It did. Oh. So between that, because I was stressing out about that, and then I was stressing out about the satellite connection, and I was like, because it wasn't just the stream I was having problems with. I was having trouble like uploading videos. That's why if you're a patron, normally you would get early, like a day early access. That's why you didn't get early access to the Elephant Man video, because I couldn't get it to upload. Like I tried it like 3, and it was taking like 4 or 5 hours, and then like it would crash, and then I have to start over, and it was just kind of like this huge nightmare. And I was just kind of yesterday. I mean, Tom came back from the house, and I was just like, please shoot me. I was just like, oh my God, this has been like the worst fucking day ever.
We're going to the festival tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going tomorrow.
That's when Starry Night's playing.
Yeah. It's been 3 days.
Today,
yeah. And yesterday, it's, like I said, I can't afford to go 3 days. Jesus Christ. I mean,
Corrine
Tampa
was playing, though.
I thought they were playing tomorrow night.
Are they? I didn't see that on the lineup.
I have to look. I made the flyers, but there's so many.
I'm gonna plug Corrine. You guys need to see it.
There's so many bands that I forgot which ones were playing.
That?
Which Korine.
Yeah, Corine. It's a really good band. It sounds like something from the '80s.
Yeah, it's just 2 guys, right? I think it's just
2 really young goth guys.
It's a ton of bands are playing. There's a shit ton of them.
I think they're from Chicago, aren't they?
I can't remember. We talked to them.
It was one of the first.
They played a couple years ago at the festival.
They played a couple years,
and I bought a shirt.
And there was this song I didn't know who did it. I kept hearing it played on like some of the vaporwave channels, and it came on, and I was like, "It's them! That's them!" And I fucking
we were at the festival, and we're like, "Hey, we know that song.
I know that song, man." He goes, "Where'd you hear that?" And I said, "Dude, they're playing it on
New Retrowave."
New Retrowave.
That YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah. And what was it? What was the name of that song? Something or the Heaven?
Oh yeah, I can't remember now.
Yeah, it's a real good song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have that shirt too. It's cool. It's got like silver angel wings.
Something
on
or other Heaven.
But yeah, it's a shit ton of bands, and they're gonna have, they have like a bunch of like vendors and stuff like that. It's and it's big. It's at actually 2 different locations. I think it's at Crowbar, and where's that? It's the Orpheum or no, not the Orpheum. What's the other place called? In Ybor City.
Yeah,
which is Tampa.
Let me plug Mouse's channel too. She's on Obscura Undead on YouTube.
Yeah.
She does a little. She does some other stuff too. What else did she have? A couple other channels. We did a shirt for her. That wasn't Obscura.
Communion After Dark.
Communion After Dark. That's
Yeah. That's kind of their internet radio show.
That's their internet radio
over there. But we did Communion After Dark shirts, and we did the Absolution shirts. And like I said, it was... we got most of them done and delivered, but then I was just kind of like... The tank tops and the 2XLs, for whatever reason, were delayed. And I didn't get them until like late yesterday, and I had to screen print them all by myself, and then... it was too late to overnight them, so.
Thanks, June. Thanks, David.
Thank you, David June. Hope the stream goes well. Me too.
Yeah.
Drigger says, so far.
You guys have never mentioned a band I haven't liked. Corine is awesome. Yeah.
They're so good. And they're super nice guys,
Yeah,
too.
they're real nice, yeah.
It's like we went and we talked to them like at the last, I guess the last Absolution was not last year, but it was the year before. And Corine were at that one, too. And we went up and talked to them afterward, like at their merch table. And we were like, yeah, we heard you on New Retrowave and stuff. And they were going to buy some of their music, but they said, all we have is vinyl. And I'm like, oh my God, how hipster of you.
Yeah.
But I was like, I don't even have a record player. But I was like, well, give me a shirt then. And they were just like so... They were so like appreciative. They're like, "Oh my God!"
And she got the last black shirt. Everything else was white, and I was like, "Man, I can't wear that to a club." And they're like,
well, and I can't wear white because it makes me look like 6 feet wide.
Yeah, only white was left. All the black stuff sold out.
Yeah, well, obviously it's a goth festival. All the black stuff is gonna, don't even bother like putting stuff on white. Ain't no bitch gonna wear that. I know it's like easier to print and everything, but it's like nobody's gonna wear white. Do y'all have any stickers or decals? You know what? We don't. Maybe we ought to. DJ Maniac says, I'm not hanging around long. It's goth night. Ooh, okay.
Right. Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
Go ahead and read it.
Happy you got the shirt thing worked out, guys. Yeah, me too. Seriously, yesterday I was ready to fucking kill myself because I was just so fucking stressed out.
We're both fucking just on the edge.
We're
fucking tired as shit. It's going to be a miracle that this is a great show. Although I feel sometimes
honestly, I think this might be a great show because I have a lot of opinions about Elliot Rodger and about the Incel movement in general. And
it's a movement.
Is it? Yeah. Well, I'll call it a movement. It's all community. Let's call it a community.
Yeah. This shit goes way back, man. That was back in the fucking 90s internet. I remember those guys. Dude,
well, that's the
threat. That's where that shit started.
Well, the thing about it was that, and we'll get into that in a minute, but the whole incel community, that wasn't started as how it turned out. You know what I mean? It was a totally different.
It was just started dudes talking to each other and from way I remember it, from my point of view, it was dudes talking to each other on discussion boards, and then guys were complaining, and then they'd post a picture of themselves. Everybody start laughing. Well, of course you got problems, man. Fucking, and then you find out that all these dudes making these grandiose posts in these threads are fucking overweight basement dwellers, fucking hoarder types that are fucking. They're a lot of them were hilarious. Some of the shit that they did was just fucking legendary. But no, not the kind of guy that would be
successful. Can I say, though, that the term incel was originally coined in 93, 94 by a bisexual woman. Yeah. And she had the community that was just like for everybody to just talk about, just kind of like commiserate about how they wanted to have a sexual relationship, but they couldn't. And, so she just started it as that, and it wasn't anything to do with, just men or anything like that. Because a woman started it. And then after a while, she had that for a while, but then she was like, well, she, got busy and she couldn't really maintain it anymore. And then ended up selling the forum to some stranger that she didn't know. And then after that, it ended up taking on this whole other connotation. And she disavowed it later on because she's like, I didn't mean for that word to become that. She's like, that wasn't anything like what I intended.
They got femcells too.
I know they do, but there's actually a segment of the incel community that believe that women cannot be incels, that it's impossible.
No, not true.
Because they think that women can get sex anytime they want. I'm like,
not true.
No, that is absolutely not true.
Not true, especially beyond a certain age. Well, you never did finish what Zach
I know.
said.
Well, because you started talking. Again, thank you, Zach. Happy you got the shirt thing worked out. Like I said, me too. Also, see No Time to Die. Oh my God, it was good. Yeah. And not just because I haven't been in a theater since last January. LOL. Tila said, yeah, I enjoyed No Time to Die as well. Good movie. I'm sure we are going to go. Well, we have to go see that. We have to go see the Venom movie.
Yeah.
Whenever that new... When's that new horror movie start? That Last Night in Soho or whatever? I really want to see that. That looked weird as shit, and I'm into it.
I mean, my understanding is that the No Time to Die, I know what happens at the end. I've heard.
Man, you spoiled it already. Don't tell me what happens.
I can tell what it is just by them saying, "Don't tell them about the end," and I go, "Okay, I know what they're talking about." To me, it's obvious when a motherfucker tries to hide what happens at the end. Motherfucker dies. That's what happens. But that's what I'm sensing. But I liked all the other four movies. All right, yeah, I think there's 4 of them. Let's see.
Casino Royale.
Casino Royale. Quantum of Solace, Skyfall,
Quantum of Solace,
Spectre.
Skyfall, Spectre. Yeah.
So
So this is
I
the
liked
fifth
them
one.
all.
I did as well.
Yeah, I liked them all. Some people were like, dude, man, Quantum of Solace sucked. No, it didn't. Quantum of Solace
You know
was
what?
one
I
of my
didn't-
favorite ones.
I didn't like it the first time I saw it, but when I saw it again, I liked it better. It's
yeah.
still my least favorite of those four, but I liked it a lot better the second time.
I think I liked it better than Skyfall because it just had so much paranormal.
I think Skyfall is still my favorite.
It's
of
still
those
good,
four.
but there's a bunch of paranormal stuff that happens in that. You know, the taxi cab driver saying that his mother's telling him about the fucking water's going bad. You know, and so wow, you know what I mean. And then there's a lot of like fire, air, water, and oil metaphors. You know, they're getting into damn. You know, what do you call it? Shit.
Alchemy.
Yeah, there's alchemical fucking.
I knew what you were thinking.
You know what I'm talking about, right? It's the most paranormal of them all. Quantum of Solace. I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it hinted that the dead could speak from the grave and tell you the future. You know, that was another thing that it could do. And
Wish they'd tell me the future.
Yeah, and there was just
nice.
like just a bunch of death imagery and fucking afterlife imagery. I haven't seen it in a long time, and I can't really. There's only a couple things I can point at. Making that motherfucker drink the oil at the end, because he was fucking the motor oil, because he was trying to steal all the water. It was just a pretty good idea. I liked it. Fighting between the fucking fire, place blowing up out in the middle of the desert. Pretty neat shit. Anyway,
Thank you, Jeffy Art. Glad you guys are back on the air. So are we. Hopefully the stream goes well. This is the first time I'm using a mobile hotspot, so we'll see. Hope the move went well. Yeah, after some hair pulling, it's pretty much settling down.
yeah, see, Badger thinks that he thought fucking Quantum of Solace was underrated and better than Skyfall. I think it was too, man. I thought that was better than Skyfall.
Okay.
Sorry.
Wait, I wasn't done.
Okay, go ahead.
By the way, have you watched Midnight Mass on Netflix? So good. Yeah, it's definitely on my list because that's Mike Flanagan, right? And so many people have like recommended that, so I am definitely gonna be watching that because I love all that shit. Yeah, Tila liked it too. Glad to see you've settled into your new home. Yeah, you know what? We even brought like all the bar shit up here.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to go down.
Yeah.
He brought like a cooler of ice and like all the vodka and like a thing. So he didn't have to go downstairs and like make new drinks because obviously like we're upstairs. We have upstairs now.
Yeah.
But you know, that's like super.
Mike jumped in and said Live and Let Die was the most paranormal. I haven't seen that in a long time. I'm going to see that one again.
Oh yeah.
I got to go back and see the old ones. I haven't seen a lot of the old ones in a long time.
I mean, I saw that, but I literally cannot remember a single thing that happened in that movie.
Yeah, I was going to put the bar back there behind Spock. And I was thinking if I had a really cool looking bar, like one of those ones where you could put the bottles on with the light underneath it that shines up. I want to see how much those things are. But I don't think they're that expensive if I remember correctly. Remember the one that Tom bought?
Oh yeah. Like the smaller one that
Just a
kind of
smaller
sits on.
one like
Yeah.
that,
I
yeah.
gotcha.
Maybe get something like that and put it in the back.
Yeah, we'll
And
pimp
put it
this
on
shit
screen.
out. Pimp this
So
shit out.
when I go make a drink, I just go back there and make it right there on screen. And come back. That's something that might be a cool element of the show.
I have a bar in my office,
Yeah.
just like on Mad Men.
If anybody wants to gift us with a bar, if it shows up, we'll throw it in. We'll throw it in the show.
Oh my god. John Smith said, "I know this might make me a pariah, but my favorite Bond was always Roger Moore." Commence booing.
No, I
Hey,
like some of his shit too.
Hey man, it's all good. It's all good.
The
They all
Moore-
brought their own shit to the table.
Yeah, the Roger Moore ones, they got kind of ridiculous when he got as old as he got. You know what I mean? I mean, the dude's damn near, he's 60-something years old, and there's fucking these 20-year-old fucking supermodels fucking coming on to him. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's
I
like
mean,
I'm not really sure that would be
come
how
on,
that would
man.
go down.
And at that point, you know, the Roger Moore Bond, he was a superhero. You know, he didn't even get dirty. You know.
Well, see, that was part of his charm. He was like so unflappable. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's not like us mere mortals that like spill
Right.
coffee on ourselves on a daily basis, like eat and have crumbs in their beard and stuff like that. He's just like, yeah, I scuba dived here, and then I took off the scuba suit, and I had a perfect wrinkle-free tuxedo underneath it, bitches.
There was one James Bond movie I saw in the theater that I liked it I saw it when I was a kid, and I fucking loved it. I want to see it again. I haven't seen it in a long time. But I think it's called Living Daylights.
The Living Daylights.
Yeah, they
didn't
do.
Aha did the song, right?
Yeah,
I
they
remember
did.
that.
And I think
Thank you again, Zach. Oh my
and-
goodness.
And it had the dude that played fucking the from
Fuck was that?
Yeah.
Was that Thunder?
Yeah.
Holy shit! It's been storming like all day here, you guys.
Had the dude that played the fucking Prince Baron from fucking Flash Gordon. What's his name? He
Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton.
Yeah.
And I think that was his only James Bond movie. I think.
No, he was in a couple.
He's in a couple.
Well, he was in Living Daylights, and what was the other one? Oh, I thought he was in 2 or 3.
I liked him as Bond. I remember. I got to go back and see it. But
Santa said he was in 2 Bond movies.
in
Yeah, I
2?
knew it wasn't a lot.
Okay.
I knew it was like 2 or 3.
I remember it being hardcore. That it was kind of like the first realistic, gritty Bond before
Daniel Craig.
Before Daniel Craig. When Daniel Craig came in, I thought he blew it out of the water. I liked
Daniel
his,
Craig is super foxy.
Yeah, I liked his Bond.
He's so like rumpled.
Yeah. Well, he looks like he could fight.
Yeah, but prior to him being Bond, he was in like a lot of British crime movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think that was like a good pick.
Yeah. And, Timothy Dalton looked like he could fight, too. Roger Moore doesn't look like he can fight. I'm sorry. And then that other dude.
He could just probably quip you to death.
Yeah, that other dude
Which is its own talent.
Who was that guy? Who was the dude that fucking before
Pierce Brosnan?
Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, Pierce Brosnan, he didn't have no weight behind him. He was all chest hair. That's all. Just chest hair.
He could smother you with
Yeah.
it. He could just like Chuck Norris could.
Yeah.
That was Chuck Norris's backup superpower.
They had
All the
last
chest
one.
hair.
That last one that he did where he was captured by the North Koreans. I kind of liked it in a certain way, but they showed him fucking coming out of that prison. He didn't have a shirt on and everything. And I said, dude, that dude weighs about 140 pounds.
And his chest hair weighs.
It is all chest hair.
It's like 80 pounds.
Yeah, and then they got him doing all this acrobatic shit, beating up fucking huge dudes. You're like, come on, man, that's not how that shit would go down. He'd get this dude to get crushed.
Sorry, John Smith said something very funny. Daniel Craig looks like a modern Steve McQueen. Like he
Yeah.
had whiskey and steak for breakfast and
Kinda.
a fist fight for lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's why I really, really like the Daniel Craig Bond movies. Like, I watched the ones before, and I was kind of into them. And I was kind of into them a lot in the 80s, because obviously when Duran Duran did View to a Kill and stuff, because I was super into Duran Duran in the 85. But I think I didn't really appreciate them as much until I saw the Daniel Craig ones, because Daniel Craig is just such a good Bond. But like I said, everybody has their own take on the character. And I would never say, oh, that guy was a shitty Bond. They all had their own, charms to them. So I'm not going to shit on anybody that likes any particular one, because that's not how I do.
They're telling me not to hate. I'm mostly just thinking of that last Pierce Brosnan movie. That was the one that kind of stood out as being not too good. It was
Now I'm getting confused.
Madonna did the theme song for it.
Oh, shit.
It was about he gets captured by the North Koreans. It looked really good. Some of the CG on it fucking sucked.
Well, when did it come out? 90s? Was it 90s or early 2000s? Because a lot of the CGI back then sucked in all the movies.
2000
Even
it was in the
even the
2000s.
really expensive movies had shitty CGI.
Yeah.
The one with Halle Berry sucked, said Xanada. I don't even know if I saw that one.
All right, so we ready to get into this case?
Well, I had a couple of shout-outs
Okay, give the
that
shout-outs
I
then.
wanted to do.
Give the shout.
So, first of all, I wanted to thank our patron, Mary Ellen, who's been a patron for a long time. She actually increased her Patreon support this week, so thank you very much, Mary Ellen. Also, got a couple of PayPal donations. One of them is for Esther, and she is not here tonight because, unfortunately, she was taken to the emergency room, and they're not letting her out until tomorrow. I'm not really sure what's the matter. I hope it's okay. We wish her the best, obviously. But thank you, Esther. Hopefully you're going to watch this later on. And also, Ilsa sent me a PayPal donation earlier today as a late birthday present. So thank you very much, Ilsa. You are awesome. All you guys are awesome. You know how it is. So, what?
Yes, Dermot, it was Die Another Day. That was
go.
one I was thinking of.
I get them all mixed up.
Yeah, Madonna did a good theme song for it. I liked it.
I can't even remember. What did the theme song sound like? Sing it.
I can't. It was. I can't. It's. I just remember liking it. It showed scorpions fighting each other. CGI scorpions fighting. It was pretty good.
CGI scorpions.
Yeah, well, they looked kind of CGI. They were kind of clear looking. It was the movie was funny because I have all of his movies on Blu-ray.
Yeah,
I've seen.
Yeah,
them
he's got
all.
like the whole Daniel Craig.
I got all. No, I also got all the Pierce Brosnan ones.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you bought those.
Yeah, but Die Another Day. Man, it kind of jumped the shark. But it was a mixed bag. It had elements in it that I really liked. But there was other stuff that kind of...
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like all of them have something that's worth watching in there. But then some of them have like some cheesy shit in there too. And I don't know. I think the Bond movies that came out probably in the 90s and early 2000s suffered a lot from the same stuff that I don't like in other movies that came out in the 90s and early 2000s, like shitty looking CGI, everything that looks like a video game cutscene, and just other kind of shit that I don't know, other filmmaking shit that was going on back then that I wasn't a fan of. Yeah. So
what I did like about the Brosnan Bond is that he gets introduced to the Walther P99, which is a fantastic fucking pistol. Now it's called the PPQ. But the P99 had a better fucking trigger on it. If you guys ever had one, I've had all those. I like Walthers. They're pretty good. But, the rest of the world caught up with Walther. There was a time in the fucking 90s and the 80s where fucking Walther was fucking real special in terms of fucking craftsmanship and just the feel of the stuff. The same way back in the 60s too. They're good. The PP, the PPK. But everybody else fucking is coming out with some nice shit. Even Smith is coming out with fucking nice, that M&P. And 360, that fucking, what was that 365? I don't think Smith did that. Maybe he did. Or was that SIG? I get them confused sometimes, some of these new ones. But even the Glocks are fucking fantastic nowadays.
Mike Barrett says Die Another Day is the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, and Kyle says Chris Cornell's theme for Casino Royale was awesome.
Yes, it was.
I agree. That was an awesome fucking song. And I love that whole title sequence.
Yeah.
I could just watch that title sequence on a loop like all day long with that song and everything.
Are you going to die?
I mean, I liked all the songs from the Craig era. Like all the theme songs were good.
You know my name. Yeah, that shit was bad. Yeah. I like the Alicia Keys one though from fucking...
I did as well.
That was really good from Quantum of Solace.
Yeah.
The one from Spectre was a little downbeat. I didn't like that one as much. It kind of grows on you, but yeah.
I didn't mind that.
Yeah, what was that guy's name? It's just kind of a ballad.
It's John Legend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't it?
It didn't.
How did I pull that out of my ass? I can't believe I remember that.
That Casino Royale one, man. That one fucking.
That's a great song.
That one really gets you. You're like, that's right.
That's a great song. It's just, it really that's like the essence of Bond movies.
Yeah, and then the fucking, like the intro credits, the dude's fucking knife fighting and the fucking diamonds, hearts, and spades flying
Sam
out
Smith.
of him.
Yeah,
fucking
that's right.
Dudes shooting, just silhouettes of dudes
Legend.
shooting. It looks like a motif on the back of a fucking playing card. And instead of brass cases flying out, I think it's fucking, what is it? Clubs.
It's like it's like card suits.
Card suits flying out. I was thinking, that was bad. Knife fights.
Shout out to all the visual designers that do those titles. I'm a big fan of like title sequences because, like I said, I'm a graphic designer. I've been a graphic designer for like 25 years. So anytime you can make like a movie title sequence that looks like super awesome, that just makes me want to watch it over and over again, big props. I notice that kind of shit. I see.
If you go back and watch all the Craig Bond movies, all that shit that they talked about in those movies came true. About Google, Spectre, all that shit. You know exactly what they're talking about. Fucking, they're even hinting at the fucking Agenda 21. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about it. There's an undertone. They knew exactly what they were talking about. I fucking can't believe they got away with it. The world is run by Bond villains. Fucking very rich oligarchs that fucking try to fuck up nations. That's exactly what that fucking series is about. There's a lot of truth in it.
Thank you again, Zach. Seeing Skyfall and Carrie from 1976 at the same time inspired me to pursue filmmaking for a career back in 2012. See? There you go. Yeah, let's see. Okay, where... Hugo says, I like the film that nobody likes, On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
I've never seen that
one. Was that the only one with George Lazenby?
Yeah, I think that's the one that...
he was the one-time
like the off-brand Bond.
And then he was like, man, fuck this. I don't want to make a career out of this. which, can't blame the guy, but whatever. Santa said I haven't seen any Daniel Craig Bonds.
What?
I have actually really liked the Daniel Craig.
Oh,
I was,
yeah.
like I said, I
They're
was
good.
kind of a lukewarm on the Bond series before that. Like, I saw most of them over the years, but I didn't really care about them. But I don't know, the Daniel Craig ones I really like for whatever reason. I'm not really sure what that says about me.
Well, they're fun, and they're kind of gritty, and a little bit more realistic.
Yeah, because I do kind of feel like maybe the things that turned me off about the Bonds from the earlier era were they were kind of cheesy, a little bit
Yeah.
cheesy, and like I didn't really like a lot of the humor in there. And,
They were superhero movies, basically.
yeah, and I was just kind of like, come
Yeah.
on, man. You like taking off your scuba suit and there's like a tuxedo under there. It's like that's funny, but
Yeah. And then you end up in a casino, and you're fucking nobody. You climb through a sewer in a wetsuit and come up in a fucking.
And nobody's
casino,
like,
and then you
"Do
take
you smell
your fucking,
that?"
and you got a fucking tuxedo on, and nobody notices that you stink.
yeah, it's like the laws of the physical universe like still
Yeah.
do apply to you.
Right.
Matter of fact, but yeah. Yeah, so I did the shout outs, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You gonna survive?
I'll make it.
We got up so early this morning, you
Yeah.
guys.
I got up
So
at like 6.
he's been going back to the old house, like I said, to work on the shit.
Yeah. It's almost done.
Yeah, it's almost done. And like
I
I
got
said,
the weekend off though.
okay, that's good.
Yeah. We're gonna go to the club tomorrow.
We're gonna go to Tampa and see some bands. We're gonna go to Absolution Fest. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
All right, so you want to talk about fucking Elliot Rodger?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and get into it.
I mean, what I was gonna do, because I put all the incel shit first, and then I was like, why did I do that? It's like maybe we should just like talk about Elliot Rodger first, and then we'll kind of like expand out and talk about the incel community and the manosphere, as they call it.
Yeah.
The manosphere, which is the MGTOW guys, men going their own way, your PUAs, your pickup artists, all that kind of crap, which has been going on for a long time, but I think it really like kind of came to light. I think it kind of came to mainstream attention with the Elliot Rodger thing because he had been posting in a lot of those forums, particularly like PUA hate, that subreddit. That was kind of one that he was on all the time. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so I think that's been banned, but there's other ones that are like that. And it's kind of alarming if you go to them how there's a certain segment, not all of them obviously, but there's a certain segment of the incel community that kind of worship Elliot Rodger. And they make like all kind of memes about him, like where they kind of make him look like a saint. And if some of them, if some of the people on the forums like express suicidal thoughts, they're like, oh well, take some women out with you,
Damn.
just like Elliot Rodger did. I'm just like,
Damn.
that's charming. No wonder you can't get laid. I mean, like, not to be mean, it's like okay. Here's the thing. I really struggle with this because I understand. I'm not into like bullying people. I'm not into like making fun of people's pain. I understand that these dudes are lonely and they feel like nobody loves them. And I get that. And that's not cool to like bully people because of that. But I feel like let's put it this way, the route that they have chosen to take to address, quote unquote, these issues is not helping and in fact making things worse. They're compounding the problem. And they don't seem to see it, or honestly, I think most of them are just using this incel shit, like this incel identity, as an excuse not to go out and try to meet women because they're afraid. They're afraid they're going to get rejected, which they will. Everybody gets rejected. Even good-looking people get rejected all the time. And it's just kind of like, I just feel like they're using an excuse to, like, to not do that. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
I don't know. I feel like there's an element of that going on. What are your thoughts on it?
What are my thoughts on it?
What are your thoughts on it? Go ahead. We're on topic.
The data suggests, and I think probably proves, that 100% of the women find about 80% of the men unacceptable. So there's already a problem there. Okay.
This is called what is that called? The Pareto principle or whatever it's called, which is very big in incel circles. They talk about that all the time. I'm not sure if it's true.
It is true.
No, I don't think it is.
And there's a lot of data to back it up. Fucking computer data, a lot of stuff that can back it up in the animal kingdom. It's the same in other species. The females are chasing mostly the top 20% of the available males. Now, that top 20% is a certain demographic, an age demographic, an income demographic, a certain, charisma demographic. Women do not chase urine-stained bums. They don't.
Well, nobody. I mean, men don't chase urine-stained bum women either.
No, they don't. Nope. And they don't chase 80 or 90-year-old women. Okay? So it's kind of like the same thing. The dating thing and the mating and dating thing is a selective process. It would not be mating if it was not selective. You know what I mean? Human beings and all other animals are kind of selectively bred. There's a certain time in which you're supposed to mate. There's competitions for that. Only that top 20% is supposedly acceptable. Now, doesn't mean that the ones that are unacceptable don't mate. They do. Sometimes they even fucking have more children.
Most people do.
Exactly.
Most people have at least one relationship in their life.
Right. The thing is, when you're talking about these particular guys who are on these forums doing all this complaining about their situation, they tend to be guys that for some reason or another they're not going to be popular, with females. So then they're going to talk shit about it. But they're just a statistic more than anything else. I mean, they're a human being, but they're also a statistic. You know what I mean? I'm kind of into my drinks, but just because they're not getting laid doesn't mean those other guys aren't getting laid. And looks don't have a lot,
Like I said,
looks are part of it.
Most people get laid at some point. Most people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but with these dudes, there's also behavioral problems. There's lack of skill. There's lack of charisma, which some of this shit is genetic too. So some of them can't be helped. Just,
I don't know. Well, yeah, there's probably a certain percentage, but honestly, I think most of them, if they have the wherewithal and the intelligence and stuff like that to post online, I kind of feel like the problem with a lot of them, not all of them, some of them might have some undiagnosed mental issues. Okay, so that's fine. But I think a lot of them too, they sort of it seems like they want to, I don't know. I think a lot of it is just that they, for whatever reason, they get into this feedback loop where, they think they're ugly or unacceptable or something like that, and they go online and to commiserate with others of the similar kind of thing, and then they end up going down this whole rabbit hole where they blame everybody else for them not getting their own shit together. You know what I mean? And then it just gets to a point where, well, it's hopeless. I can't. But a lot of these guys, if they just cleaned themselves up and kind of looked inward and kind of changed themselves a little bit, worked on themselves a little bit, weren't so weird and creepy and shit like that, they'd probably do all right. I think a thing about it too is that, and I think Tila brought this up a little bit, or somebody brought this up earlier, is that the problem with a lot of these dudes too is that there's a double standard. They're always these really dumpy, dudes that live in their mom's basement.
They want to go out with a 10.
They want to go out with they're mad because supermodels don't pay attention to them. But it's
I never understood.
Yeah, and it's but if they were if they went to a gaming forum or if they went to a comic store or something like that, or something that they were interested in and met a girl there who maybe wasn't a supermodel but had the same interests as them, maybe they would, find something in common. Maybe they would hook up. Maybe they'd start dating, but they don't want to do that. They only want these gorgeous, shallow women. They degrade them as Stacy's. That's what they call them. But they won't, even if a girl did show them interest, if the girl was a little bit overweight or she wasn't pretty or she had acne or something like that, the guys wouldn't pay any attention to her.
Yeah. Well,
But then they get on women for being shallow and evil and cruel and shit like that. But they're the same. They're the same.
I think it's genetic factors. Okay. A lot of these guys who behave the way you're talking about and think that the way you're talking about. If you were okay. Let's say Elliot Rodgers. You look at him, and physically, you would think he would be acceptable. You would think that guy could get a date. All right. He's not ugly. He's just weird. Okay. And he wasn't successful because of his weirdness. I think what caused that weirdness was something genetic.
Yeah, he seemed to have issues from when he was a kid.
We inherit a lot of our disposition, and we inherit some of our fucking thinking and shit from our parents. And then there's also mutations going on. So some of these guys are mutants, in a certain way. A dude who looks like shit, ignores himself, all right, has no ambition, gets really fucking overweight, but then expects a 10 or to go out with an 8 or a 9, there's going to be some problem somewhere in his brain because he lacks the ability to fucking judge himself and to understand the situation that he's in.
That he doesn't have anything to offer.
That he's got nothing. Right, exactly. So when I say genetic factors, that's what I'm talking about. Genes are, the mind is also an expression of genes, not just the body. The body is an expression of your genetic makeup, but so is your mind. It's holistic. So there's always going to be a certain amount of people in the world that are going to fall into this misfit category. They're not going to make it.
Well, the thing about
nature is not friendly. Nature kills you.
The thing about it is that even people that are misfits, the majority of them, if they were willing to hang out with other misfits, then they would probably be all right. But they don't want to do that.
But that does happen.
They don't want to do that.
We're talking about, usually that does happen. Misfits hang out with other misfits and go out with them. That's the norm. We're not talking about them. We're talking about these guys, which are not the norm. It's genetic, I'm telling you. There's something about their mind to where they cannot self-analyze. Their situational awareness isn't good.
The weird thing about Elliot Rodger in particular was that it's not that weird because I understand why it happens. He was a very strange mixture of self-loathing and breathtaking arrogance.
Yeah.
He thought that it was almost kind of like he thought he was shit, but then he overcompensated by thinking he was superior to everyone else. And so, like, when he talked, like, if you watch his videos and stuff, you can see him all over the place, like all over YouTube, and, other people have posted them. And he just has this really smug, condescending, superior attitude. He's so much better than everyone else. And it's really weird about him too, because he has this very deluded idea of how his life went. He thought, and he wrote like a fucking manifesto. Anybody that writes a manifesto, you watch out for that motherfucker. I'm just saying. That's a red flag right there. Fucking manifesto.
I'm gonna write two.
And it was like 107,000 words. It's like long. It was like as long as a novel. I'm like, dude, no one cares that much about you, already. So yeah, so. I mean, I'm sure some people.
Even a good author, fucking hard. Nobody wants to read them hardly.
That's what I mean. It's like, come on, nobody wants to read your fucking delusional ramblings. Knock it off. But the thing that really struck me about it was that he had this very strange idea that I'm going to give the world, I'm going to give women of the world one more chance to, recognize how awesome I am. But he would do that by, like, basically just existing. Like, he didn't...
Yeah, that's not... Yeah.
He wouldn't, like, go out and try to meet people.
There you go.
He didn't do anything. He just expected everybody, hey, I'm marginally good looking and intelligent and I have a nice car.
It should just happen.
So pussy should just fall in my lap. And when it didn't, he got mad.
Look,
And I'm like, he's not even attempting
Tina,
to make friends or anything like that. Nothing. And it's like people that knew him like in school and stuff like that were like, we didn't even know, like he wouldn't even talk.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. He didn't ask anybody out. He didn't do anything like that.
Tila brings up a good point. She said that these guys remind her of the dude from The Hand, which is a movie I recommended to her that she liked. Michael Caine was in a movie called The Hand. They want shit, but they can't even self-evaluate. They can't even evaluate themselves. There's no insight into what they're doing. They can't see how they relate to the world. Everything is me, 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 me.
Yeah,
And these guys are like that.
It's this.
Right.
It's narcissism, and it's
narcissism.
just. I mean,
And an ugly motherfucker can be narcissistic. As a matter of fact, a narcissist will tend to be fucking fucked up and ugly because he loves himself so much that he doesn't even try.
because he doesn't think he has
He
to.
doesn't think he has to. He's like a fucking Weinstein motherfucker. Weinstein, motherfucker wouldn't even take a bath. And then he'd go rape some beautiful actress and shit. Because he didn't have to. He knew he was disgusting. Jabba the Hutt, basically. But, yeah, that's what you're talking about with this. And I think that some of these mental predispositions are genetic. You can't help them. I've known people like that. You can't talk to them and get them to change their ways. That's what they are.
Well, I
know?
kind of feel like, and this is gonna sound weird, but we do a lot of true crime shit, and I saw this mentioned by somebody else, like on a documentary about Elliot Rodger too. Is just like the narcissism that he displays. He's like, that's very common in killers, in serial killers, and people that are mass killers, like he was. Is just this. Like you said, they seem to have an inability to look inward and be like, maybe, am I reading this wrong? Because they don't have the humility, I guess, or the objectivity to see themselves from outside and be like, how is my behavior coming across to other people? Is there something that I could do? Is there something that I'm projecting that are making people react to me this way? They don't really seem to be able to.
These dudes, even though they're fucking losers in somebody's basement wearing fucked up shorts from the 70s and fucking tube socks with fucking the 3 stripes and the fucking wearing fucked up shit, even though they look like that, they are narcissists. They fucking love themselves so much that they don't think nature and rules apply to them.
Yeah.
See, mating is the ultimate in the animal nature. In the real world, some male bird is trying to get pretty as a motherfucker, doing his dance and trying to attract the females. He's got
I love
all this
watching
shiny
those.
tape.
That's so great.
He's got tinsel that he stole from the Christmas tree.
Bottle caps and shit.
He's trying to eat as many fucking little guppies as he can to get fat. They're competing. Mating is a competition. Even a big ass fucking lion, okay? He can't just mate. It's not free. He's got to chase off the other male lions to get into the female pride and take over. And to do that is risky. They get bit, they get infected, and they die. And it's like that with all animals. And human beings are fucking animals. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. We have to apply to those exact same rules. You got to do shit. Males have to do things. They just do. You have to achieve status. Women don't like low status men. They just don't. A high status man has character and charisma because he's going out doing things. He's taking losses. He's getting gains. He's a man for all seasons. He can go out and have adventure, but then he can kind of settle down with a woman. He has something to offer.
Yeah,
and it's not going inward. That dude didn't go inward. He went outward.
Yeah.
He's dealing with the environment. You have to be competent. That's what the women are looking for.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like, and particularly in the incel community, I feel like they have kind of a misunderstanding that it's like, oh, all women want is money. That's not the case. Maybe in a small percentage of gold diggers, but women want a man who, like I said, has something to offer, just like a man wants wants a woman that has something to offer.
Tell you guys something. When I lived,
you don't have to be rich. You don't have to be. You just have to have something.
Jenny is my witness. Remember when we were driving, we went by Sylvan, and we went by that big old mansion outside by that barn, and I said, I know the dude who married that woman. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Back in Brazil, I used to ride at Hípica Paulista, which is the São Paulo Hípica, which is the English riding equestrian center in São Paulo, Brazil. There was a kid there. He was my age, a couple years younger, who was a groom from the favela. He was from fucking nothing. But he loved horses. He moved to the United States and learned enough as a groom. A groom just cleans horses and walks horses around, puts them in stables, muck stalls, okay? But he learned enough to where he got here in Florida to talk his way into being a trainer. He married a woman who, she's, well, I would call her a girl, because that happened when she was in her 30s, but now she's a woman. He married her, and she came from an amazingly wealthy family. And he now lives in a mansion and runs one of the best barns in the little area that I was at. And that's got to be a $4 or $5 million facility. He didn't have a pot to piss in. But he was Brazilian.
But he had something
and he
else.
was good looking.
He had ambition.
And he could talk.
He was willing to work for it.
Yep.
He had a good personality.
And for all you know, the motherfucker was swinging. But he was popular with women.
We don't know.
You don't know this shit.
Citation needed.
In the horse industry, a lot of the trainers that rise to the top are charismatic trainers. Fucking females want a charismatic male trainer.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to hang out with somebody that's like a bummer.
Right. And
nobody wants to hang out with somebody that's complaining all the time about how the world shits on them.
And they're
nobody
not
wants that.
And usually the trainers are not training at the advanced level. It's the very basic level, just fucking, walk, trot, post, fucking canter, fucking, basic equitation, some very basic jumping fucking techniques and shit. How to take care of your tack. And he was just
not a euphemism.
Yeah. Very, very basic knowledge. He was able to basically be a multi-millionaire through a woman. Okay? No shame in that. No shame in that at all.
Well,
that's the way it's supposed to work, really.
I mean, one thing that really alarmed me, like I said, I watched a shit ton of incel documentaries.
And Jenny saw the barn. That was a beautiful barn.
Yeah. I watched a ton of incel documentaries. I even watched this one. I saw this, listened to this one podcast, which was really interesting. I think it's called Other People's Lives. And they had a guy on there who had been in the incel community, and then he got out. And he was kind of talking about his mindset, through all that time. And the hilarious and fucked up and horrifying at the same time was that one of the things that led him to abandon the incel movement was his realization that women are also people. Yeah. And I was like, wow, it really took you that long. I'm like, sorry, dude, I'm glad that you got out of that shit, but seriously, it took you that long to realize that women are a person just like you, also with problems, also with issues, that are no different than you are. We're not all a fucking hive mind or something like that. So I kind of, the thing that disturbs me the most, I think, about the incel community is that this weird, they almost see women as this monolithic, like I said, like a hive mind. They don't see them as human beings.
There's also something I think that was...
Which is very disturbing.
Somebody in the comments mentioned this. There was also, I think, kind of this thing that was going on in this incel community, if you want to call it the incel community.
Well, yeah, it's a community. It's mostly online, but yeah, it's still a community.
They also seem to have kind of the will to be outsiders, because that also narcissism. It makes them special.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying before.
Them special,
it's
not to be accepted.
Yeah, because they think
I'm the elephant man. They hate me. They just don't notice you, dude.
Yeah, it's you guys, we saw the Elephant Man. He looked like that, and he was still a charming, lovely person.
Normal dude who checked
You
out.
don't have to be... Well, he was dying anyway, because he had a lot of health issues. So, do you look as bad as the Elephant Man? No, you don't.
You're right.
You don't have to be an asshole. the fact of you being an asshole is way more of a factor in you not getting laid than you just like looking like a slob.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that for a fucking fact right now.
Yeah.
I honestly, and Elliot Rodger, like I said, he doesn't have the excuse of like a look, because he didn't. He looked like a normal dude. He had a nice clothes. He had a nice car. He came from a moderately wealthy family. So he didn't have a lot of the excuses that a lot of these other dudes have. It's like, oh, I don't have any money, or I'm fat, or whatever, and women don't like me. But the thing about him was that he projected such an air of arrogance and just being a fucking weirdo that people avoided, not just women, everybody avoided him because of the way that he came across. It was his personality was unappealing.
I've run into guys like that before, but they weren't the kind of like, they weren't centered on, this pretty boy. He's kind of had the pretty boy act and worried about women. I've known guys that were just like that, but were not worried more about like mathematics or worried about, you know what I mean? Worried about fucking science.
I think,
I had him pegged as some kind of Asperger's. It seemed like Asperger's.
Well, Elliot Rodger was diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum as well. But the thing about it is that another thing that I think is a problem is that I think Western culture in general puts too much emphasis on sex and losing your virginity as being like, well, you can't be a man until you've banged X amount of women, or until, like, if you're still a virgin when you're in your 20s, that means you're lame or whatever. So I think that there's too much pressure. So I feel like somebody like Elliot Rodger, because it seemed like he could have like a zillion other interests, and that could just be a minor thing. Oh, I don't have a girlfriend. That's kind of a bummer. But it's just like he focused his whole entire attention on that. On I don't have a girlfriend, or girls don't like me. And that seemed like he based his whole entire identity around that shit. Like he didn't really have anything else going on. Yeah. And I think that's another problem. I think that he just really
was his claim to fame.
Yeah, that was like he was like too hyper focused on getting, and it's like, look, losing your virginity and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a rite of passage and all this stuff, but it's not that big of a deal. And I feel like they build it up in their minds to where it's going to be this big, I'm passing the veil into adult, now I'm a man, and this and that and the other. And I feel like putting too much importance on it like that is just really, that's also really not good, because you're just like building up something that really, in the grand scheme of things, is not really all that important. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I feel like that's kind of another factor as well. Prepper POV, it says, wouldn't you kind of think that Elliot was possibly gay by how he acted? I don't know. He never came across, he never read as gay to me. He just kind of...
He came across as effeminate.
He He always just read to me as creepy, not so much creepy, but just like really, really arrogant. He always came across as like really arrogant and smug, which I hate.
To me, he was like an effeminate robot.
Yeah, he really didn't seem to have much self-insight, did he? Some bitch that wrote 107,000 words.
It was like it was AI.
Of a manifesto.
He was AI.
Didn't really seem to have a lot of insight into his own... I don't know. Like I don't know. I just feel like I said, I don't want to like bully people that are lonely or that get bullied or, that get picked on, because that sucks. Okay. Like it happened to me too. And it's like, it's not fun. So I don't want to like shit on people that happened to, but I don't think that the solution is to turn into this, whatever the fuck he turned into, where he just thought he was better than everyone else and he just deserved everything. I mean, some of the shit that he said, like on his videos and in his manifesto, for Christ's sake, he literally thought all he had to do was exist and hot women should just fall into his lap. And because they didn't, he was going to punish the fucking world for that. He really thought, I mean, that is the definition of entitlement. He even used that word, that he felt he was entitled to women's attention. Yeah. Women didn't know he existed. He was just, we're just going about our fucking lives, man.
Telling you, you're trying to use reason to figure out somebody who you can't figure out that way. That is some kind of a fucking organic problem. There's some kind of genetic defect in the brain. You know what I mean? It's kind of like similar type of defect that might happen in a serial killer. He doesn't have any fucking insight. No self-analysis.
Well, yeah, it's really not that different. I mean, the psychology between...
Like a lizard.
Yeah, the psychology between, serial killers and spree killers, which is what Elliot Rodger was, are slightly different, but they have a lot of similarities. Yeah. And like you said, lack of insight is one of them.
He felt very robotic to me.
He did kind of
like a robot.
Yeah, and I was watching a documentary about him earlier, and they had a guy that was like a psychiatrist, and he was like analyzing like a lot of the stuff, and he said the thing that strikes me the most about him, like after his arrogance, is his detachment. Yeah. The way he talks, he just seems very detached. Like when he's talking about, in these videos about all the shit that he's gonna do. He just seems very, very detached. So, like I said, very similar psychology to serial killers. So, as I said, we'll talk about Elliot Rodger's it's Isla Vista, right? Isla or Isla? I heard it pronounced earlier, but it's just like I can't remember how they pronounced it. So I don't even know what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna talk about those first, which happened in 2014, and then we'll kind of like expand out and talk about it because unfortunately this motherfucker wasn't the first one to do this, or he wasn't the first one, but then like after he did it and then brought the whole thing into the mainstream, there were a bunch of, I don't know if I'd call them copycats, but there were a bunch of other incel killers, like a bunch of other mass murders that were inspired by him, inspired by the incel movement. So, that's fun. So we'll get into talking about that. Yeah, Isla Vista. That's the thing. I was like, I kept looking at it and I was like, man, I want to pronounce that a certain way. And so I watched a couple documentaries. I'm like, I got to make sure I got that pronunciation right. And then when I went to say it, like I couldn't remember how they said it. Oh, well. John Smith says, am I the only one who thinks the rise of spree killers is linked to the rise in forensic science? It's just too hard to be a serial killer these days. Science will catch your ass quickly. It could be. It could very well be that, because I do feel like serial killing has been on the decline since the 90s. Thank you.
If you need more ice, I'll put more ice in it.
Thanks. And like you said, that might be because of forensic technology. But yeah, and it's it does really seem like their psychologies are so similar that maybe people that would have been a serial killer before, they're just like, fuck it, I'm just going to go out in one big blaze of glory like fucking Elliot. I hate to call it that, but that's what Elliot Rodger did. I mean, the shit this dude says. I know he's dead, but happily. But watching the videos of him again, like doing the research for this show, I was just like, man, I just want to like dig you up from the grave so I can slap you all over again. You fucking douchebag.
That dude was not in his right mind.
I know that. And the sad thing about it is that I know we can talk about like how the system failed him and stuff like that, but it really does seem like his parents did try to help him. The authorities did try to help him. His parents even saw the videos that he posted and reported it to the police and said, hey, our son might be thinking about doing some fucked up shit. And I don't know if the police necessarily took it all that seriously. So it does seem like, because, I mean, he kind of had the privilege of having, fairly, I don't think they were wealthy, but I think they were, they had money, like his parents. They were in the movie business. And so it's not like, it's not like he was some poor kid who didn't have any resources at his disposal. He did have, his parents were concerned and they did take him to therapists and stuff like that. Problem was they prescribed medication for him and stuff and he wouldn't take it because he'd done his own research and he's like, oh, I don't need that. So he would pretend that he took it, I guess, and then he didn't take it. So obviously it can't help you if you don't take it. So I don't know if he would have taken it, maybe he wouldn't have gone down this road, but just the fucking shit that he says is just, ugh, man, it's just like watching it all over again. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then like having to go down the rabbit hole of all the incel kind of shit. It's just like reading it just depresses me so much. These people just depress me so much. I don't know what their fucking problem is. But yeah, so 2014. So Elliot Rodger is 22 years old when this happened. Let's kind of talk about his background, though. Now, the interesting thing about him is that he was actually born in London. So he was English born because his dad is British, I believe. Now, his dad is in the movie business. He actually worked on, I think he was second unit director on one of the Hunger Games movies. So Elliot Rodger was kind of like in kind of big like movie circles. Like he went to film premieres and all that kind of shit. So yeah,